Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The ancient forests of Eldrin stirred with an uneasy wind, whispering secrets long forgotten by the mortal world. Beneath the canopy of towering silverleaf trees, shadows danced and twisted as if alive with a sinister purpose. It was here, in the heart of this primordial woodland, that Aaron, a young elven archer with hair like spun moonlight and eyes of deep amber, first sensed the awakening of an ancient evil. The air grew thick with an oppressive magic that made even the eldest trees groan in protest. Erin's fingers tightened around her yubao, an heirloom passed down through generations of her kin. She had ventured deep into Eldrin's embrace, far beyond the borders that even the bravest of her people dared to tread, drawn by a calling she couldn't explain. As she crept forward, her footsteps silent on the moss-covered ground, a chilling howl echoed through the forest. It was no ordinary beast that made such a sound. It carried with it the weight of millennia and the promise of destruction. Erin's blood ran cold, for in that moment, she knew the legends were true. The devourer of souls, a creature of unfathomable darkness, had awakened from its ancient slumber. Panic gripped her heart, urging her to flee, to warn her people of the impending doom. But as she turned to run, a searing pain shot through her veins. Erin fell to her knees, gasping as her blood began to glow with an ethereal blue light. The forest around her seemed to hold its breath, the very air shimmering with arcane energy. Child of the Starlit Wood, a voice like rustling leaves whispered in her mind, your blood carries the power to seal the ancient evil once more. Seek the forge of eternity, where fire meets stone, and craft the arrow that will pierce the darkness. The vision faded, leaving Erin trembling on the forest floor. She knew then that her fate was intertwined with that of the devourer. With renewed determination, she rose to her feet, her path clear. She must journey to the dwarven kingdoms, to the legendary Forge of Eternity, and fulfill her destiny. Days of travel brought Erin to the foot of the Iron Mountains, where the dwarves had carved their mighty halls from living rock. The entrance to their underground realm loomed before her, guarded by statues of ancient dwarven kings, their stone eyes seeming to follow her every move. Halt! A gruff voice called out as Erin approached. A stout dwarf with a fiery red beard stepped from the shadows, his battle axe gleaming in the torchlight. What business does an elf have in the halls of the Ironfoot clan? Erin drew herself up, meeting the dwarf's suspicious gaze. I seek the master of the Forge of Eternity. The fate of all our peoples hangs in the balance. The dwarf's eyes narrowed, but before he could respond, another figure emerged from the mountain depths. This dwarf was older, his beard streaked with gray, and his eyes held a wisdom that spoke of centuries lived. I am Thorn Stonehammer, keeper of the forge, he said, his voice like grinding stone. And I know why you have come, Aaron of the Starlit Wood. The mountain whispers of the evil that has awakened. Aaron's eyes widened in surprise. How do you know my name? Thorin's laugh was as deep as a cavern. The stars and stone speak to those who listen. Young one, come. We have much to discuss and little time to waste. As they descended into the heart of the mountain, Thorin revealed that he was no ordinary smith, but a renegade who had been exiled from his clan for delving too deeply into forbidden magics. His knowledge, he explained, was crucial to forging the weapon that could seal away the devourer. In the depths of the mountain, the Forge of Eternity blazed with an otherworldly fire. Its heat was intense, yet Erin felt no discomfort as she approached. Thorin worked tirelessly, his hammer ringing against enchanted metal as he shaped the shaft of the arrow that would decide the fate of the world. Your blood, child, Thorin said, holding out a ceremonial dagger. the final component that will bind the magic to its purpose. With only a moment's hesitation, Erin drew the blade across her palm. As her blood dripped onto the arrow, it flared with a brilliant blue light. The forging was complete, but their journey had only just begun. The path to the Devourer's prison led Erin and Thorn through treacherous lands. They crossed the Whispering Plains, where the grass sang songs of madness to all who passed, and scaled the treacherous peaks of the Crystal Mountain, where dragons of ice soared through skies of eternal winter. It was in the shadow of the highest peak, as they huddled for warmth in a narrow cave, that betrayal struck. Thorin's eyes gleamed with a hunger that had nothing to do with food as he gazed at the magical arrow. "All these years," he murmured, "I've searched for a power great enough to reclaim my place among my people. With that arrow, I could rule not just the dwarves, but all the lands." Erin's hand moved to her bow, but Thorin was faster. With surprising agility for one of his stature, he snatched the arrow and dashed from the cave into the howling blizzard outside. Heart pounding, Erin gave chase. The wind tore at her clothes and the cold bit into her flesh, but she pushed on, tracking Thorin through the blinding snow. She found him at the edge of a great chasm, the arrow clutched in his hands as he stood poised to leap into the abyss. "Thorin, stop!" Erin cried out. The arrow was forged for one purpose only. It cannot give you what you seek. For a moment, the dwarf hesitated. In that instant of doubt, a massive shape emerged from the swirling snow behind him. An ice dragon, its scales glittering like diamonds, its eyes filled with ancient malice. Before either Erin or Thorin could react, it snatched the dwarf in its massive jaws and took to the air with a beat of its crystalline wings. Erin knocked an arrow to her bow, knowing even as she did so that it was futile against such a beast. But as she prepared to loose her shot, a familiar pain lanced through her body. Her blood began to glow, and with it, the magical arrow that Thorin still clutched in his grasp. In a blinding flash of blue light, the dragon roared in agony. Thorin and the arrow fell from its jaws, plummeting towards the chasm below. Without thinking, Erin leaped, her body moving with inhuman grace, as she caught both the dwarf and the arrow in midair. They landed hard on a narrow ledge, the dragon's enraged shrieks fading as it flew off into the storm. As they lay there, catching their breath, Thorin's eyes filled with shame. "Forgive me," he whispered. "I allowed my own desires to blind me to our true purpose." Erin helped the dwarf to his feet, a small smile on her lips. "We all face our own demons, Thorin, Stonehammer. It is in overcoming them that we find our true strength." Their bond forged anew in the face of danger. Erin and Thorin continued their quest. They descended from the Crystal Mountains into the Shadow Vale, a land perpetually shrouded in twilight. It was here, in a clearing surrounded by trees that seemed to weep shadows, that they found the prison of the Devourer of Souls. The creature was a mass of writhing darkness, its form constantly shifting as it strained against the magical bonds that held it. As Erin approached, bow in hand with the enchanted arrow nocked, a familiar voice rang out. "Stop, my child. You know not what you do." From the shadows emerged Erin's mentor, the archdruid Calum. His once kind face was twisted with a manic glee, his eyes gleaming with an unnatural light. "Master?" Erin gasped, her aim faltering. "What are you doing here?" Calum spread his arms wide, his voice resonating with power. "I am fulfilling our people's destiny, Erin. The Devourer is not our enemy, but our salvation. With its power, we can reshape the world, restore the glory of the elven kingdoms of old." As he spoke, tendrils of darkness began to seep from the Devourer, curling around Calum's form. Erin's mind reeled with the implications. Her own mentor, the one who had taught her to revere nature and protect the balance of the world, had fallen to darkness. "You're wrong, Master," Erin said, her voice steady despite the turmoil in her heart. "This creature brings only destruction. It must be sealed away." Calum's face contorted with rage. "Then you too shall be destroyed." With a gesture, he sent a wave of corrupted nature magic hurtling towards Erin. Thorin leaped in front of her, his axe raised to deflect the attack, but the force of it sent him sprawling. In that moment, as Calum prepared to strike again, Erin knew what she had to do. With fluid grace, She drew back her bow, the enchanted arrow blazing with blue fire. Time seemed too slow as she released the shot, the arrow streaking through the air with unerring accuracy. But its target was not the devourer. Instead, it struck Calum squarely in the chest. The archdruid's eyes widened in shock as the magic of the arrow coursed through him, burning away the corruption that had taken root in his soul. As Calum fell, the devourer let out a horrific shriek. Without the power of the corrupted archdruid to sustain it, the creature began to collapse in on itself, drawn back into its ancient prison. In a final burst of light, the clearing fell silent. The devourer was gone, sealed away once more. Calum lay on the ground, his breathing shallow, but his eyes clear of the madness that had gripped him. Erin knelt beside her fallen mentor, tears streaming down her face. "Why?" she asked simply. Calum reached up weakly to touch her cheek. "Power," he whispered, "can corrupt even the purest of hearts. Remember this, my child, and let it guide you in the years to come." As the first rays of true sunlight and centuries began to pierce the gloom of Shadowvale, Erin stood, her heart heavy with the weight of all that had transpired. She looked to Thorn, who nodded in understanding. Their quest was complete, but the journey of healing for themselves, for their peoples, and for the land itself was only just beginning. Together, the unlikely pair of elf and dwarf set out from Shadowvale, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. For they had learned that true strength comes not from power over others, but from the bonds forged in the face of adversity and the courage to confront the darkness that lurks within us all. Story 2. The crystal spires of Lumina's capital gleamed in the dying light, their once brilliant facets now dull and lifeless. Prince Alaric stood atop the highest tower of the celestial palace, his sapphire eyes scanning the horizon, where the sun's last rays painted the sky in hues of amber and crimson. But even this daily spectacle seemed muted, as if the very essence of color was being drained from the world. Alaric's hand clenched around the railing, the cool metal a stark contrast to the warmth that should have radiated from the enchanted city. For centuries, Lumina had been a beacon of magical brilliance, its streets illuminated by ethereal lanterns and its air alive with shimmering motes of arcane energy. Now that magic was fading, trickling away like water through cupped hands. A soft step behind him announced the arrival of Lady Alaun, the royal archmage. Her silver hair glowed faintly in the twilight, the last vestiges of power clinging to her, like dewdrops on a spider's web. "My prince," she said, her voice carrying the weight of ages. "The council awaits your decision." Alaric turned, his jaw set with determination. "Then let us not keep them waiting any longer." The council chamber was a marvel of magical architecture, its domed ceiling an ever-changing map of the stars. But now, whole constellations had winked out of existence, leaving ominous voids in the cosmic tapestry. Around a table of polished moonstone sat the most powerful mages and nobles of Lumina, their faces etched with worry. Alaric took his place at the head of the table, beside the empty throne that had been his father's. The king had fallen into a deep slumber months ago, another victim of the mysterious malady that drained Lumina's magic. "My friends," Alaric began, his voice steady despite the turmoil in his heart, "we can no longer ignore the truth. Our kingdom is dying. The wellspring of eternity, the source of all magic in Lumina, is failing. If we do not act soon, all that we are, all that we have built, will crumble to dust." Murmurs of agreement and fear rippled through the chamber. Lady Alaun stepped forward, her emerald robes shimmering faintly. "There is but one hope," she said, her eyes meeting Alaric's. "The legends speak of a fount of creation, hidden beyond the veil of shadows. It is said that its waters hold the power to restore even the mightiest of magical sources." Alaric nodded, having come to this conclusion himself after days of poring over ancient texts. "Then it is decided. I shall embark on a quest to find this fount and save our kingdom." Protests erupted from the council members. "But my prince," Lord Thorn, the master of coin, sputtered, "you are the heir to the throne. We cannot risk losing you on such a perilous journey." Alaric's eyes flashed with a fire that had been absent in recent months. "And what good is an heir to a dead kingdom? No, I must do this. It is my duty, my birthright, to protect Lumina and its people." As the council reluctantly agreed to his plan, Alaric felt a weight settle upon his shoulders. He had never wanted the crown, preferring the life of a scholar to that of a ruler. But now, faced with the extinction of everything he held dear, he found a well of courage he never knew he possessed. The next morning, as Alaric prepared to depart, a commotion in the palace courtyard drew his attention. Guards dragged a struggling figure before him, a young woman with hair as black as a starless night and eyes that gleamed like polished obsidian. "We caught this thief trying to steal from the royal treasury, Your Highness," the captain of the guard reported. The woman ceased her struggles, fixing Alaric with a defiant glare. "I prefer the term procurer of rare antiquities," she said with a roguish grin. Something about her bravado intrigued Alaric. "What's your name, thief?" "Zara," she replied, chin raised proudly. "Of the Shadowkin." Alaric's eyebrows rose in surprise. The Shadowkin were a secretive race, known for their mastery of stealth and their ability to traverse the dark places between realms. An idea began to form in his mind. "Tell me, Zara of the Shadowkin, how would you like to avoid the dungeons and instead embark on a quest to save Lumina?" Zara's eyes narrowed suspiciously. "What's the catch?" "No catch," Alaric said. "Only the chance to be a hero instead of a thief." After a moment's consideration, Zara shrugged. "Well, when you put it that way, how can a girl refuse?" And so, an unlikely alliance was formed between the scholarly prince and the roguish thief. They set out from Lumina's fading gates, their path leading them into the wild lands beyond. For weeks they traveled, facing perils that tested both Alaric's newfound courage and Zara's cunning. They battled chimeras in the whispering wastes, navigated the treacherous floating isles of Ether, and solved the riddles of the Sphinx in the labyrinth of lost souls. As they journeyed, an uneasy friendship formed between them. Alaric found himself drawn to Zara's quick wit and indomitable spirit, while she began to see beyond the prince's bookish exterior to the hero emerging within. It was as they made camp one night in the shadow of the frost pine forest that Zara finally revealed her secret. "I wasn't trying to steal from your treasury," she admitted, her eyes fixed on the dancing flames of their campfire. "I was searching for information about Lumina's curse." Alaric sat up straighter, his full attention on her. "What do you know of it?" Zara's expression grew somber. "The fading of Lumina's magic. It's not an isolated incident. The same thing is happening in the Shadow Realms and in other magical kingdoms across the world. It's as if magic itself is dying." The revelation hit Alaric like a physical blow. "But how? Why?" "I don't know," Zara said, shaking her head. "But I fear the answer lies with the Council of Dark Mages." Alaric's blood ran cold. The Council of Dark Mages was a secretive organization, whispered about in the darkest corners of the magical world. They were said to delve into forbidden magics, seeking power at any cost. "You think they're behind this?" he asked. Zara nodded grimly. "I've been tracking their movements for months. All signs point to them having found a way to siphon magic from the very fabric of reality. But to what end? I cannot say." Pieces began to fall into place in Alaric's mind. "The fount of creation," he murmured. "They must be after it as well. If they gain control of it, they could reshape the world in their image." Zara finished. With this new understanding, their quest took on an even greater urgency. They pressed on, braving the perils of the Shadowlands and the elemental planes, always one step ahead of the dark forces that pursued them. Finally, after what seemed an eternity of hardship, they stood before the veil of shadows, a shimmering curtain of darkness that marked the boundary between the known world and the realm of legend. "Are you ready?" Alaric asked, offering his hand to Zara. She took it, her fingers intertwining with his. "As I'll ever be, Your Highness." Together, they stepped through the veil. The world on the other side defied description. Colors that had no name swirled in patterns that hurt the eyes to follow. The very air thrummed with pure, undiluted magic. At the center of it all stood a fountain of liquid starlight, the fount of creation. But they were not alone. The Council of Dark Mages, led by a figure in robes of midnight blue, stood arrayed before the fount. Their leader turned, pushing back his hood to reveal a face that made Alaric's heart stop. "Father," he gasped. King Eldric, whom Alaric had believed to be in an enchanted slumber, smiled coldly at his son. "Ah, Alaric, I had hoped you would join us for this momentous occasion. What have you done?" Alaric demanded, his voice shaking with anger and betrayal. "What was necessary?" the king replied. "Magic has ruled our world for too long, my son. It's time for a new order, one where we control the flow of power, not some capricious cosmic force." Zara stepped forward, her daggers materializing in her hands. "You're destroying everything. Entire realms are dying because of your greed." The king's eyes narrowed. A small price to pay for true dominion. What followed was a battle that would be sung of for generations to come. Alaric and Zara, empowered by the raw magic of the fount, fought against the combined might of the Council of Dark Mages. Spells of unimaginable power clashed, reality itself buckling under the strain. In the end, it came down to a choice. Alaric stood at the edge of the fount, a vial of its waters in one hand, his father's life in the other. "You can save Lumina, my son," the king wheezed, his life ebbing away. "Join me, and together we can rule a world remade in our image." Alaric looked from his father to Zara, who watched him with trust in her eyes, and then to the vial that held the fate of countless realms. With a heavy heart, he made his choice. The waters of the fount spread across the multiverse, restoring the balance of magic. The Council of Dark Mages was no more, their power broken and scattered to the winds. As Alaric and Zara emerged from the Veil of Shadows, they were greeted by a world reborn. Lumina's crystal spires once again shone with brilliant light, and the air danced with magical energy. But the victory came at a cost. Alaric's father was gone, and with him, the innocence of a prince who had learned the true weight of a crown. As they stood atop the highest tower of the celestial palace, watching a new day dawn over Lumina, Zara took Alaric's hand. "What now, your majesty?" she asked softly. Alaric squeezed her hand, a small smile tugging at his lips. "Now, my dear Zara, we build a better world together." And so began a new age of magic and wonder, with a wise king and his shadow queen at its heart, their love a beacon of hope for all the realms. Story 3. The ancient stones of Sylvaner whispered secrets of a bygone era as Lyra, a battle-worn human warrior, cautiously stepped through the crumbling archway. Moonlight filtered through the canopy of ethereal trees that had reclaimed the once great elven city, casting an otherworldly glow upon the moss-covered ruins. The air thrummed with dormant magic, a palpable force that sent shivers down Lyra's spine. Her calloused hand rested on the hilt of her sword as she navigated the overgrown streets, eyes alert for any sign of danger. Legends spoke of great treasures hidden within Sylvaner's depths, but also of terrible guardians that protected them. Lyra had not come seeking riches, but answers to the strange dreams that had plagued her nights and driven her to this forgotten place. As she rounded a corner, a glint of silver caught her eye. There, nestled in the roots of a massive tree that had burst through the cobblestones, lay an amulet unlike any she had ever seen. Its surface seemed to ripple like water, reflecting the starlight above in mesmerizing pattern. Lyra's fingers had barely brushed the amulet when a surge of energy coursed through her body. She gasped, falling to her knees as visions flooded her mind, raging infernos, crashing waves, howling winds, and trembling earth. When the torrent of images subsided, Lyra found herself changed. The very elements seemed to sing in her blood, responding to her will in ways she could scarcely comprehend. But her newfound power did not go unnoticed. A piercing shriek split the night air, and Lyra whirled to see a creature of shadow and flame bearing down upon her. With instincts honed by years of battle, she thrust out her hand. To her amazement, a torrent of water erupted from her palm, dousing the fiery beast and reducing it to wisps of steam. More creatures emerged from the shadows, beings of earth, air, and darkness. Lyra fought with a grace and power she had never known, wielding the elements as extensions of her very being. When the last of her assailants had fallen, she stood panting in the center of the ruined plaza, the amulet pulsing warmly against her chest. Well, a silky voice echoed through the night. "It seems the elemental aegis has chosen a new wielder." From the shadows emerged a figure cloaked in midnight blue, his face hidden beneath an ornate mask. "I am Zephyr, emissary of the Shadowmancer's Guild." We've been searching for that amulet for centuries. I'm afraid I'll have to insist you hand it over." Lyra's grip tightened on her sword. "I'm afraid that's not going to happen." Zephyr's laughter was cold and brittle. "Oh, my dear, you have no idea of the forces you're dealing with. The power you now possess could reshape the world or destroy it. For your own safety, and the safety of all, you must relinquish it." But Lyra had not survived countless battles by being naive. She could sense the hunger in Zephyr's voice, the barely concealed desire for the amulet's power. Without warning, she summoned a gust of wind that sent her rocketing into the air, leaving the sputtering emissary far below. For days, Lyra fled across the land, pursued by agents of the Shadowmancer's Guild and other factions that coveted the amulet's power. She marveled at her new abilities, calling forth roots to entangle her enemies or conjuring mists to obscure her path. But with each use of the amulet's magic, she felt a toll on her body and mind, as if the very essence of who she was being slowly eroded. Desperate for answers and sanctuary, Lyra sought out the legendary guardians of the forest, an ancient order of druids said to protect the balance of nature. She found them deep within the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees grew so tall they seemed to touch the sky. The archdruid, a wizened elf with eyes as old as the forest itself, greeted Lyra at the entrance to their hidden grove. "We have been expecting you, Lyra of the elemental aegis," he said, his voice like rustling leaves. "The winds have whispered of your coming." As Lyra stepped into the grove, she gasped in wonder. Creatures she had thought only existed in myth roamed freely. Unicorns grazed in meadows of star flowers, while phoenixes nested in the branches above. At the center of it all stood an enormous tree, its trunk wider than a house, its leaves shimmering with every color imaginable. "The World Tree," the Archdruid explained, noting Lyra's awe. "The source of all natural magic in our realm. It is here that we may find the answers you seek." But before Lyra could respond, a bone-chilling howl echoed through the grove. The druids tensed, hands reaching for staves and weapons. From the shadows of the forest emerged a massive wolf, its fur rippling with barely contained power. "Fenris," the archdruid breathed, a note of sadness in his voice. "So, you have returned." The wolf's form shimmered, and in its place stood a man tall and wild, with eyes that burned with an inner fire. "I come seeking sanctuary, old friend," Fenris growled, his voice rough with disuse. "The curse. It grows stronger with each passing day." Lyra's hand instinctively went to her sword, but the archdruid stayed her with a gentle touch. "Peace, child. Fenris is a victim of dark magic, cursed to battle the beast within. He, like you, seeks balance in the days that followed." Lyra learned the true nature of the elemental aegis and the responsibility it carried. The druids taught her to harness its power without losing herself to it, while Fenris became an unlikely ally, his strength and knowledge of the wild lands proving invaluable. But the respite was short-lived. Word reached the grove of a great darkness spreading across the land, led by the Shadowmancer King. He had raised an army of elemental golems, abominations that twisted the natural order, and sought to use them to conquer the Seven Kingdoms. "The aegis is the key," the archdruid explained gravely. "In the wrong hands, it could give the Shadowmancer control over all the elements. In the right hands, it could be his undoing." Lyra knew then what she had to do. With Fenris by her side and the blessings of the Guardians, she set out to face the Shadowmancer and his forces. Their journey took them across vast deserts and over treacherous mountain passes. They battled corrupted elementals and faced trials that tested not just their strength, but their very souls. Through it all, Lyra and Fenris grew closer, a bond forming between them that transcended mere friendship. At last, they reached the Shadowmancer's fortress, a towering spire of obsidian that seemed to devour the light around it. As they fought their way through his forces, Lyra wielded the elements with a mastery that would have been unthinkable mere weeks before. Fenris was a whirlwind of primal fury, his curse now a weapon against their enemies. In the heart of the fortress, they confronted the Shadowmancer King himself. He was a figure of nightmares, cloaked in living shadows, his eyes burning with unholy fire. "Fool girl," he sneered at Lyra, "you could have ruled by my side. Instead, you'll die here, and I'll take the aegis from your corpse The battle that ensued shook the very foundations of the fortress. Lyra called forth all four elements, weaving them into combinations of devastating power. Fenris fought with the strength of 100 men, his wolf form and human form blurring as he pushed his curse to its limits. But the Shadowmancer was ancient and cunning. With a gesture, he sent Fenris flying across the chamber, the wolf man crumpling against the far wall. As Lyra cried out in anguish, the Dark King seized his opportunity, his shadowy tendrils wrapping around the elemental aegis. In that moment, as she felt the amulet's power begin to slip away, Lyra made a choice. She embraced the aegis fully, allowing its energy to flow through her unimpeded. The chamber filled with blinding light as Lyra became a conduit for the very essence of the elements. When the light faded, the Shadowmancer was gone, reduced to less than ash. The elemental aegis hung suspended in the air, its surface now clear as glass. Fenris limped to Lyra's side, his eyes wide with concern. "Lyra, are you?" She turned to him, her eyes glowing with inner fire, small sparks dancing across her skin. "I understand now," she said, her voice resonating with power. The aegis was never meant to be controlled. It's a part of the world itself, a force of balance. As they emerged from the crumbling fortress, they found a world forever changed. The Shadowmancer's defeat had released a wave of natural magic across the land, awakening ancient groves and healing blighted lands. Lyra knew her journey was far from over. As the new guardian of the elemental aegis, she had a responsibility to maintain the balance between man and nature, between order and chaos. But as she looked at Fenris, seeing the love and trust in his eyes, she knew she would not face this task alone. Together, they set out into the reborn world, ready to write the next chapter in an age of magic and wonder. Story 4. In the heart of the crystal forest, where ancient trees sparkled with an otherworldly light, young Elindr stood transfixed before a shimmering pool. The elven prince had wandered far from the silver spires of his home, drawn by whispers on the wind and the restless stirring of his spirit. As he gazed into the depths, the water's surface began to ripple, forming images that sent a chill down his spine. Shadows writhed and twisted, engulfing familiar landscapes in darkness. The proud elven cities crumbled, their inhabitants fleeing before a relentless tide of evil. Elindr stumbled back, his heart racing. This was no mere vision, but a prophecy etched into the very fabric of time. The fall of his kingdom, the end of everything he held dear, loomed on the horizon. As the last ripples faded, leaving the pool mirror smooth once more, the young elf's eyes hardened with determination. He would not let this future come to pass. With the weight of destiny upon his shoulders, Elindr set out from the crystal forest, leaving behind the only home he had ever known. The whispers that had led him to the pool now spoke of hope, a legendary weapon called the Sword of Light, said to have the power to turn back the tide of darkness. But the path to this artifact was fraught with peril, guarded by an ancient dragon whose name was spoken only in hushed tones, Zephyrian the Timeless. As Elindr journeyed through lands both wondrous and treacherous, he encountered beings of all races and creeds. Some offered aid, others sought to hinder his quest, but none could shake his resolve. It was on the edge of the scarred lands, a desolate region warped by old magics, that fate intervened in the form of an unlikely ally. Thorn Iron-Beard, a dwarf with eyes that burned with an inner fire, emerged from the shadows of a ruined watchtower. The dwarf's clan had been cast out from their mountain homes, victims of a curse that turned their kin to stone. Recognizing a kindred spirit in Elindr, Thorn offered his axe and his knowledge of the lands ahead. Together, the elf and the dwarf forged ahead, their bond growing stronger with each obstacle overcome. They battled twisted creatures born of shadow and flame, navigated treacherous canyons where the very rock sought to lead them astray, and outwitted cunning spirits that offered tempting bargains for their souls. As they drew closer to their goal, Elindr and Thorn began to uncover startling truths about their own pasts. The elf learned of an ancient pact between his ancestors and the forces of nature, a covenant that had been betrayed generations ago. Thorn discovered that the curse upon his people was tied to a debt of honor left unpaid, a wrong that could only be righted by facing the very evil that now threatened all the lands. Their path led them to the Obsidian Peaks, a range of mountains that seemed to pierce the very heavens. It was here, in a cavern of crystallized starlight, that they found Zephyrian. The dragon's scales shimmered with the colors of dawn and dusk, its eyes holding the wisdom of millennia. But as Elander stepped forward to state his case, the great beast let out a mournful keen. "I have guarded the sword of light for eons." Zephyrian's voice rumbled like distant thunder, waiting for one worthy to wield it. "But alas, young prince, you come too late. The blade was stolen mere days ago by one who reeks of the very shadows you seek to vanquish." Despair threatened to overwhelm Elander, but Thorgin's steady presence kept him grounded. The dwarf's eyes gleamed with a new determination as he addressed the dragon. "Then we shall track down this thief and reclaim what was taken. But we cannot do it alone. Great Zephyrian, will you join our cause?" The dragon's laughter shook the cavern, causing cascades of crystal dust to rain down upon them. "Brave words, little one. It has been an age since I stretched my wings in battle. Very well, I shall fly with you. But know this, the enemy we face is one I had hoped never to see again in this world." With Zephyrian as their ally, Elander and Thorgin soared across vast distances, following the trail of corruption left by the Sword of Light's thief. They came at last to a place that seemed to exist between worlds, the ruins of Astraloth, a kingdom so ancient that even the elves had forgotten its name. Here, amidst crumbling towers and streets paved with stardust, they confronted the architect of the coming darkness. Lord Malgrim, once a respected elven sage, now twisted beyond recognition by his lust for power. In his grasp, the Sword of Light pulsed with a sickly energy, its pure essence corrupted by Malgrim's touch. "Fools." Malgrim's voice carried on a wind that reeked of decay. "You cannot stop what has already begun. The old world will fall, and from its ashes, I shall forge a new order, one where the strong rule and the weak serve as they were meant to." Battle was joined, a clash of steel and sorcery that shook the very foundations of Astraloth. Elander and Thorgin fought side by side, their movements perfectly synchronized after months of shared trials. Zephyrian's flame scoured the hordes of shadow creatures that Malgrim called to his aid, while his wings created gusts that scattered the enemy like leaves. But even their combined might seemed insufficient against Malgrim's corrupted power. The Dark Lord laughed as he parried their attacks, the Sword of Light leaving trails of tainted radiance in its wake. It was then that Elander remembered the words of the prophecy, words he had pushed to the back of his mind. "When hope seems lost and darkness reigns, the light shall shine from unexpected veins." Two bloodlines joined, a sacrifice made, shall break the curse, and evil's shade, understanding dawned in Elander's eyes as he looked at Thorgin. The dwarf nodded, a silent agreement passing between them. In that moment, they knew what had to be done. As Malgrim raised the Sword of Light for a killing blow, Elander and Thorgin clasped hands. They spoke words and languages long forgotten, invoking the ancient magics that flowed through their veins. A blinding light erupted from their joined hands, enveloping the battlefield. When the radiance faded, Malgrim stood frozen, the corruption burning away from his form. The Sword of Light hung suspended in the air, its pure essence restored. But where Elander and Thorgin had stood, there was now a single being, neither elf nor dwarf, but something new, a living embodiment of unity and hope. This new entity reached out and grasped the Sword of Light. As its fingers closed around the hilt, a wave of purifying energy swept across the land. The shadows retreated, the curses were lifted, and the wounds of the world began to heal. In the days that followed, word spread of the great battle and the sacrifice made to save all the races. The being born from Elander and Thorgin's union became a symbol of what could be achieved when ancient enmities were set aside. It traveled the lands, helping to forge new alliances and heal old wounds. Zephyrian, his purpose fulfilled, returned to the Obsidian Peaks. But the ancient dragon now kept a watchful eye on the world below, ready to take flight should darkness ever threaten again. And in the crystal forest, where Elander's journey began, a new pool formed. Those who gazed into its depths saw not visions of doom, but images of a future bright with possibility, a future where elves, dwarves, humans, and all the races of the world stood united against whatever challenges might come. The prophecy had been fulfilled, but the story was far from over. For in the realm of magic and wonder, every ending is but the beginning of a new tale waiting to be told. Story 5. In the twilight realm of Etheria, where crystal spires pierced the ever-changing sky, and ancient magic thrummed beneath the earth, Princess Lysandra stood atop the highest tower of Castle Luminara. Her keen eyes scanned the horizon, searching for signs of the creeping darkness that had begun to plague the land. As the last rays of the setting sun painted the world in hues of amber and gold, a chill wind whispered through her raven hair, carrying with it the scent of decay and the echo of distant screams. Lysandra's hand instinctively tightened on the hilt of her sword, Starfall, a blade forged from a fallen star and passed down through generations of Ethorian royalty. She had earned the right to wield it through countless battles and trials, proving herself a warrior as fierce as any in the kingdom's history. But now, as she gazed upon the realm she was destined to rule, a sense of unease gnawed at her heart. The princess descended the winding staircase, her footsteps echoing through the empty corridors. The castle felt different tonight, as if the very stones were holding their breath in anticipation of some terrible revelation. As she approached the throne room, hushed voices reached her ears. Lysandra paused, her warrior's instincts urging caution. "The bargain must be upheld, Your Majesty," a raspy voice insisted. "The power you sought comes at a price. There must be another way." Her father, King Aldric, pleaded. "I cannot sacrifice my own people." Lysandra's blood ran cold. She pushed open the ornate doors, startling the occupants within. Her father sat upon the crystal throne, looking more haggard than she had ever seen him. Beside him stood a figure shrouded in shadows, its features obscured by a hood of deepest black. "Father, what is the meaning of this?" Lysandra demanded, her hand once again finding Starfall's hilt. King Aldric's face drained of color. "Lysandra, you should not be here. Please leave us." But the princess stood her ground, her gaze locked on the hooded figure. "Who are you, and what bargain do you speak of?" The figure turned, and though Lysandra could not see its face, she felt the weight of its gaze upon her. "I am Malachar, child, the sorcerer of the Crimson Peaks. Your father sought my aid to maintain his rule, and now the time has come to collect my due." Horror dawned on Lysandra as the pieces fell into place. The recent prosperity of the kingdom, the inexplicable victories against invading forces, her father's increasingly erratic behavior, all of it stemmed from this unholy pact. "What have you done?" she whispered, her voice trembling with a mixture of rage and despair. Before King Aldric could respond, tendrils of inky darkness began to seep from beneath Malachar's robes, spreading across the floor like living shadows. The sorcerer's laughter echoed through the throne room, a sound that chilled Lysandra to her very core. "The bargain is sealed," Malachar declared. "The souls of Etheria are mine to claim, and darkness shall reign supreme." In that moment, Lysandra made a decision that would alter the course of history. With a cry of defiance, she drew Starfall, its blade gleaming with inner light. She lunged at Malachar, but the sorcerer vanished in a swirl of dark mist, his mocking laughter lingering in the air. "Lysandra, please," her father begged, reaching out to her. "You don't understand. I did this for the good of the kingdom." But the princess recoiled from his touch, her eyes blazing with determination. "No, father, you've doomed us all. But I swear by the light of the stars, I will find a way to break this curse and save our people." With those words, Lysandra fled the castle, her heart heavy with the burden of her father's betrayal and the fate of her kingdom. She rode through the night on her loyal steed, Zephyr, as tendrils of darkness began to creep across the land behind her. For days, Lysandra traveled, seeking aid and counsel from the wisest beings in Etheria. She journeyed through the whispering woods, where ancient trees shared secrets of ages past. She crossed the Mirror, its surface reflecting truths hidden from mortal eyes. But everywhere she went, the shadow of Malachar's curse followed, turning verdant lands to ash and corrupting all it touched. It was in the heart of the evergreen glade that Lysandra finally found a glimmer of hope. There, in a clearing bathed in ethereal light, she encountered Elara, an elven sage whose eyes held the wisdom of millennia. "I know why you have come, child of Ethoria," Elara said, her voice like the soft chiming of crystal bells. "The darkness that plagues your land is an ancient evil, one that has slumbered for eons. Your father's bargain has awakened it, and now it seeks to devour all in its path." Lysandra knelt before the sage, her pride forgotten in the face of her desperation. "Please, wise one, tell me how to stop it. How can I save my people?" Elara's gaze softened with compassion. "The path before you is treacherous, young princess. To break the curse, you must seek out the heartstone, a relic of pure light hidden in the depths of the Shadow Realm. But be warned, only a sacrifice of royal blood can unleash its power and banish the darkness." The words struck Lysandra like a physical blow. A sacrifice of royal blood, her blood. She closed her eyes, understanding at last the true weight of her destiny. "There is more," Elara continued. "Your quest is foretold in an ancient prophecy. When shadow consumes and hope seems lost, a warrior princess shall pay the cost. With star-forged blade and unyielding heart, she'll mend the veil the darkness tore apart." Armed with this knowledge, Lysandra set out on the most perilous leg of her journey. She traveled to the very edge of Ethoria, where reality frayed and the veil between worlds grew thin. With starfall in hand, she stepped into the swirling mists of the Shadow Realm. Here, in a land of perpetual twilight and shifting landscapes, Lysandra faced her greatest trials. She battled shadow beasts with eyes of flame, navigated treacherous mazes that defied the laws of nature, and resisted temptations that promised power beyond imagining. Through it all, the memory of her people's suffering drove her forward. At last, battered and weary, Lysandra reached the heart of the Shadow Realm. In a cathedral of darkness, she found the heartstone, a gem that pulsed with pure, radiant energy. As she approached, the shadows coalesced, taking the form of Malakar himself. "Foolish girl," the sorcerer sneered. "Did you think I would allow you to undo all that I have worked for? Your father's kingdom is mine, and soon all of Ethoria will follow." Lysandra raised Starfall, its light pushing back the encroaching shadows. "You're wrong, Malakar. Ethoria will never fall to your darkness. Not while I draw breath." The battle that ensued was epic in scale, a clash between light and shadow that shook the very foundations of the Shadow Realm. Lysandra fought with all the skill and courage she possessed, Starfall singing through the air as she parried Malakar's dark magic. But even as she fought, Lysandra knew that blade alone would not be enough. The words of the prophecy echoed in her mind, and she understood what she must do. In a moment of clarity, Lysandra drove Starfall into the ground before her. With a silent prayer to the forces of light, she placed her hand upon the heartstone. "For Ethoria," she whispered, "and for all those who dwell in the light." A blinding radiance erupted from the heartstone, enveloping Lysandra. She felt her very essence merging with the relic, her life force fueling its power. The light expanded outward, banishing the shadows and searing away Malakar's form. As the sorcerer's final scream faded, Lysandra felt herself dissolving, becoming one with the pure energy of the heartstone. Her last thoughts were of her people, and the hope that her sacrifice would ensure their safety. In Ethoria, the darkness receded like a tide going out. The land began to heal, and the people emerged from hiding, blinking in the renewed sunlight. King Eldric, freed from Malakar's influence, wept as he realized the price of his daughter's victory. But Lysandra's story did not end there. In the years that followed, tales spread of a guardian spirit that watched over Ethoria. In times of great need, a figure of pure light would appear, wielding a star-forged sword and banishing evil with a touch. And so, Princess Lysandra became legend the Lightbringer, protector of Ethoria, beacon of hope for all who fought against the darkness. Her sacrifice ensured that the realm would never again fall prey to the shadows, and her memory lived on in the hearts of all who dwelled in the light. Story 6. In the shadow of the Iron Mountain, where the clash of hammers on anvils echoed through cavernous halls, young Thorn stood apart from his fellow humans. Born with a twisted leg and a shock of silver hair, he had long been an outcast among his own kind. But it was his eyes, one blue as a summer sky, the other gold as the heart of a flame that truly set him apart. For in those mismatched orbs burned an arcane power that both fascinated and terrified those around him. Rejected by the mage academies of his homeland and shunned by his peers, Thorn had found an unlikely sanctuary among the dwarves of Irondeep. These stout, bearded craftsmen cared little for his appearance, valuing instead his quick mind and burgeoning magical talents. Under the tutelage of Grimly Stoneheart, the Dwarven Kingdom's master artificer, Thorn had flourished, learning to blend magic and mechanics in ways that amazed even the most skilled dwarven artisans. But on this day, as Thorn limped through the grand halls of Irondeep, an eerie silence had fallen over the usually bustling corridors. The rhythmic pounding of hammers had ceased, replaced by whispers of fear and confusion. As he rounded a corner, the young mage's breath caught in his throat. There, in the center of the great forum, stood a dwarf frozen mid-stride, his form transmuted to solid stone. Grimly, Thorn cried out, recognizing his mentor's weathered features in the statue before him. He reached out a trembling hand, feeling the cold, lifeless stone beneath his fingers. "Stand back, lad," a gruff voice commanded. Thorn turned to see King Dolan Ironbeard, his face etched with worry. "It's spreading like wildfire. A curse, they say, turning our people to stone." One by one, Thorn's mind raced, his magical senses probing the air around them. He could feel it now, a malevolent energy that slithered through the very stones of Irondeep. "Your Majesty," he said, his voice steady despite the fear gripping his heart. "I've never encountered magic like this before, but I swear by all that I am, I will find a way to break this curse and save your people." King Dolan's eyes softened as he regarded the young human who had become as dear to him as any of his kin. "You've a brave heart, Thorn, but this task may be beyond even your considerable talents, perhaps," Thorn replied, a determined glint in his mismatched eyes. "But I owe everything to the dwarves of Irondeep. I cannot stand idly by while this evil consumes you all." And so, with the blessing of King Dolan and a pack filled with dwarven-crafted magical artifacts, Thorn set out from the only home he had ever truly known. His quest led him through treacherous mountain passes and across sun-scorched plains, seeking any scrap of knowledge that might aid in breaking the curse. It was in the Whispering Woods, where ancient trees held secrets older than time itself, that Thorn first heard tell of the Raven Lord. This enigmatic figure, neither fully alive nor dead, was said to dwell in a tower at the edge of the world, guarding the boundaries between life and death. If anyone could unravel the mystery of the stone curse, surely it would be this timeless being. But the path to the Raven Lord's domain was fraught with peril. Thorn battled shadow creatures that sought to devour his very essence, navigated illusion-laden mazes that threatened to trap him for eternity, and faced trials that tested not just his magical prowess, but the very core of his being. Through it all, the young mage pressed on, driven by the memory of Grimly's kindness and the faces of all those in Irondeep who had accepted him when no one else would. With each challenge overcome, Thorn felt his powers growing, the magic within him surging in ways he had never thought possible. At last, after what felt like an eternity of hardship, Thorn stood before the obsidian tower of the Raven Lord. The structure seemed to defy reality, its spire twisting impossibly into a sky that shimmered with otherworldly energies. "Enter, Seeker," a voice like the rustling of autumn leaves whispered on the wind. "Your journey nears its end, but the true test lies ahead." Steeling himself, Thorn stepped across the threshold. Inside, he found himself in a vast chamber that seemed to contain the night sky itself. Stars swirled around him, and at the center of it all stood a figure cloaked in shadows and feathers. "I know why you have come, Thorn of Two Worlds," the Raven Lord spoke, its voice echoing with the weight of eons. "You seek to undo a curse of stone, to save those who showed you kindness. But are you prepared for the cost such knowledge demands?" Thorn met the being's gaze unflinchingly. "Whatever the price, I will pay it. The dwarves of Irondeep are my family. I would give anything to see them saved." A sound like distant laughter rippled through the chamber. "Brave words, young one. Very well. The curse that afflicts your friends is born of an ancient magic, a power that seeks to freeze the very flow of time itself. To break it, you must confront the source, the eternal Empress, who dwells in the citadel of frozen moments. The Raven Lord waved a hand, and an image appeared before Thorn, a woman of unearthly beauty, her eyes glowing with malevolent power. She seeks to preserve her realm for all time, turning all within to unchanging stone. But in doing so, she disrupts the natural order of life and death. Thorn's heart raced as he absorbed this information. How can I stop her? You already possess the key. The Raven Lord replied cryptically. Your dual nature, human ingenuity, and dwarven craft, combined with your unique magical gifts, gives you the power to shatter her hold on time. But beware, for in facing the Empress, you risk becoming trapped in her eternal moment yourself. With this knowledge burning in his mind, Thorn set out for the final leg of his journey. The citadel of frozen moments lay in a realm beyond normal space and time, accessible only through ancient portals scattered across the world. As he traveled, Thorn felt a change coming over him. His silver hair took on a metallic sheen, and runes of power etched themselves into his skin. The magic within him surged and swirled, responding to his unwavering determination to save those he loved. When at last he stood before the gates of the citadel, Thorn barely resembled the outcast boy who had left Irondeep. He was something new, a fusion of human, dwarf, and pure magical energy. The Eternal Empress awaited him in a throne room where countless beings stood frozen in tableaus of eternal beauty. Her laugh, cold as midwinter ice, echoed through the chamber. You dare challenge me, little mage? I who have conquered time itself. But Thorn stood his ground, drawing upon every lesson, every hardship, every moment of kindness he had experienced in his life. Your reign ends now, Empress. The world was not meant to be frozen in a single moment, no matter how perfect you believe it to be. The battle that ensued was one for the ages, a clash of temporal magics that shook the very foundations of reality. Thorn's mismatched eyes blazed with power as he wove spells of unmaking, seeking to shatter the Empress's hold on time. For what seemed like an eternity, they fought, neither gaining the upper hand. But then, in a moment of clarity, Thorn understood the true nature of his power. It wasn't just his magical abilities that gave him strength, it was the love and acceptance he had found among the dwarves, the experiences that had shaped him into who he was. With a cry that echoed across dimensions, Thorn released all of his power at once. The energy surged through him, a blinding nova that consumed everything in its path. The Eternal Empress screamed as her carefully constructed realm began to crumble around her. In that final moment, as reality itself seemed to bend and break, Thorn thought grimly of King Dolan, of all those in Irondeep who had given him a home. For you, he whispered, as the world went white. When Thorn opened his eyes, he found himself back in the great forum of Irondeep. All around him, dwarves were stirring, shaking off the last vestiges of their stone prison. Grimly's weathered hand clasped his shoulder, and King Dolan's booming laugh echoed through the halls. The curse was broken, the day saved, but Thorn knew he was forever changed. His journey had transformed him into something more than human, more than mage, a guardian of time and protector of all those who called Irondeep home. As the dwarves celebrated their liberation, Thorn stood at the heart of it all, his mismatched eyes gleaming with the power and wisdom he had gained. He had found his place in the world at last, bridging the gap between human and dwarf, between magic and mundane. And he knew that whatever challenges the future might hold, he would face them with the strength of the mountains and the love of his adopted kin behind him. Story 7. In the heart of the Evergreen Realm, where ancient trees whispered secrets of ages past, the Crystal Forest stood as a testament to the harmony between elves and nature. Its crystalline leaves shimmered with an otherworldly light, casting prismatic rainbows across the forest floor. For millennia, the elves of Luminara had dwelled within this enchanted wood, their songs intertwining with the melody of the forest itself. But on the eve of the Starfall Festival, as the first silver stars began to twinkle in the twilight sky, an eerie silence fell upon the Crystal Forest. The usual chorus of nightingales and whispering leaves was replaced by an unsettling stillness that sent shivers down the spines of even the most ancient elves. Arahel, the youngest master archer of Luminara, stood atop the highest branch of the great crystal oak, his keen eyes scanning the horizon. Something was amiss, a darkness creeping at the edges of his perception. As he knocked an arrow to his moonsilver bow, a blood-curdling scream shattered the silence. Below, chaos erupted. Elves, once peaceful and serene, began to transform before Arahel's horrified gaze. Their eyes blazed with an unnatural crimson light, their graceful features contorting into snarling visages of hate. Friends turned on friends. Families tore at one another with newfound claws and fangs. By the light of Elbereth, Arahel whispered, his heart pounding, "What foul magic is this?" As if in answer, a wave of dark energy pulls through the forest, its tendrils reaching for Arahel. He loosed his arrow, watching it streak through the air wreathed in silver flame, a desperate act of defiance against the encroaching darkness. To his amazement, the arrow pierced the shadowy veil, momentarily pushing back the curse. Realizing he was somehow immune to the fell magic, Arahel knew he had to act. With the agility born of centuries of training, he descended the great crystal oak, dodging the grasping hands of his transformed kin. Tears streamed down his face as he was forced to use his bow against those he had once called friends, firing arrows that stunned rather than killed. As dawn broke, Arahel found himself alone in a forest that had become alien and hostile. The crystals that once sparkled with inner light now pulsed with a sickly purple glow. The transformed elves prowled the shadows, their once melodious voices reduced to guttural growls. Exhausted and heartbroken, Arahel stumbled upon an ancient stone circle hidden deep within the forest. At its center stood a weathered statue of atheras, the legendary elven king who had first brought peace to these lands. The statue's eyes seemed to follow Arahel as he approached, and a whisper carried on the wind reached his ears. "Seek the staff of atheras, young one. Only its power can break the curse that binds your people." Hope kindled in Arahel's heart, but it was quickly tempered by the enormity of the task before him. The staff of atheras was a relic of myth, its location lost to time. How could he, a lone archer, hope to find such a treasure? As if in answer to his unspoken question, a gruff voice called out from the underbrush. "Oi, pointy ears. You look like you could use a hand or an axe." More like Arahel whirled, arrow knocked, to find himself face to face with a stocky figure emerging from the shadows. The newcomer was a dwarf, his beard braided with intricate designs, and his eyes twinkling with a mix of mischief and determination. "I'm Thorgr," the dwarf announced, hefting a massive battle axe onto his shoulder. "Exiled from the Ironhold Mountains for crimes I may or may not have committed. And you, my elfling friend, look like you're in need of an adventure." Arahel hesitated, centuries of ingrained distrust towards dwarves warring with his desperate need for an ally. "I am Arahel of Lumina," he said cautiously, "and I seek the staff of atheras to save my people from a terrible curse." Thorgr's eyes widened. "The staff of atheras? Now that's a name I haven't heard in an age. It so happens, young Arahel, that I might know a thing or two about lost relics and hidden treasures." And so began an unlikely alliance between elf and dwarf, their quest to save the crystal forest, leading them through perilous lands and forgotten realms. They traversed the misty moors, where wraith lights danced amidst treacherous bogs, and scaled the frost-peaked mountains, battling fierce winter worms that guarded ancient dwarven ruins. Along their journey, Arahel and Thorgr faced not only external threats, but also the ghosts of their own pasts. Arahel grappled with the weight of being the sole hope for his people, while Thorgr slowly revealed the true reason for his exile, a tale of betrayal and stolen birthrights that mirrored the very curse they sought to break. As they delved deeper into long-forgotten lore, a pattern began to emerge. The curse afflicting the crystal forest was no random occurrence, but the result of an ancient pact between elves and dwarves, forged in the early days of the world and sealed with powerful magic. The staff of atheras, they learned, was the key to both upholding and breaking this pact. Their quest led them at last to the caverns of echoing shadows, a vast underground network that stretched beneath both elven and dwarven lands. Here, in a chamber adorned with murals depicting a shared history long forgotten, they found the staff of atheras and the terrible truth behind the curse. The murals told a tale of ancient cooperation between elves and dwarves, of a golden age where both races worked together to create wonders beyond imagination. but pride and greed had torn them apart, leading to a devastating war. To prevent such destruction from ever happening again, the wisest of both races had cast a powerful spell, binding their fates together. Should either race ever again raise arms against the other, the pact would be broken, and a curse would befall them both. The elves, creatures of nature and light, would be twisted into savage beasts. The dwarves, children of stone and fire, would slowly turn to lifeless stone. By my father's forge, Thorgr whispered, his voice echoing in the cavernous chamber. The exile of my clan, it must have been seen as an act of aggression against the elves. We've doomed both our peoples. Arahel's hand trembled as he reached for the staff of Atheras, its crystal head pulsing with barely contained power. Then we must make this right, he said, his voice filled with determination. We must renew the pact and show that elf and dwarf can once again stand as allies. But as Arahel's fingers closed around the staff, a booming laugh filled the chamber. From the shadows emerged a figure that seemed to be crafted from living darkness. Malgath, the Shadow Lord, an ancient evil that had long sought to sow discord between the races. Fools, Malgath's voice dripped with malice. You play right into my hands. With the breaking of the pact, I shall feast upon the despair of both your peoples and plunge this world into eternal darkness. A fierce battle ensued, elf and dwarf fighting side by side against a foe that seemed to command the very shadows. Arahel's arrows flew true, wreathed in the staff's purifying light, while Thorgr's axe cleaved through tendrils of darkness with unrelenting fury. In the heat of battle, as all seemed lost, Arahel and Thorgr realized the true power of the Staff of Atheras. It was not a weapon to be wielded by one, but a conduit for the combined strength of elf and dwarf. Together, they raised the staff high, their voices joined in an ancient incantation that spoke of unity and hope. A blinding light erupted from the staff, banishing the shadows and sending Malgath howling back to the void from whence he came. The light spread outward, racing through the caverns and up into the world above, washing over the crystal forest and the Ironhold Mountains alike. In its wake, the curse was lifted. Elves returned to their true forms, blinking in confusion at the memory of their savage state. Dwarves felt life flow back into limbs that had begun to stiffen and crack. As dawn broke over the evergreen realm, Arahel and Thorgr emerged from the caverns of echoing shadows, the staff of Atheras held between them. They were met by a gathering of elves and dwarves, drawn together by the pulses of healing light that had swept across the land. In the days that followed, a new pact was forged, not one of binding magic and dire consequences, but of genuine friendship and cooperation. The Crystal Forest and the Ironhold Mountains would forever stand as sister realms, their peoples united in their diversity. And if ever you visit the great hall where elf and dwarf now meet in council, you will see a mural depicting two unlikely heroes, an elven archer and a dwarven warrior, standing back to back, the staff of Atheras raised high between them, a reminder to all that even in the darkest of times, hope can be found in the most unexpected of alliances. Story 8. In the heart of Avaloria, where crystal spires pierced the clouds and enchanted gardens bloomed with flowers of living starlight, a shadow fell across the land. King Eldric the Just, beloved ruler of the realm, lay motionless upon his golden throne, his skin ashen and his breath shallow. At his throat gleamed the cause of his malady, the dragon's tear, a jewel of unparalleled beauty and unfathomable power. Princess Lyanna stood before her father, her emerald eyes brimming with unshed tears. Her hand, calloused from years of swordplay, rested upon the hilt of her blade, Dawnbringer. The weight of the kingdom now rested upon her shoulders, a burden she had never expected to bear so soon. "My lady," whispered Lord Cedric, the royal advisor, his voice heavy with sorrow. "The king's condition worsens. Our healers are at a loss. The dragon's tear resists all attempts to remove it." Lyanna's gaze hardened, determination replacing despair. "Then we must seek help beyond our borders. There are tales, are there not, of a cure?" Cedric hesitated, his wizened features creasing with worry. "There are whispers, your highness. Legends speak of the last living dragon, guardian of ancient magics. It is said that only the dragon's breath can counter the tear's venom, Then I shall seek this dragon, Lyanna declared, her voice ringing through the throne room. I will bring back the cure and save my father, no matter the cost. As she turned to leave, a figure emerged from the shadows, a man clothed in tattered robes of midnight blue, his face obscured by a deep hood. A noble quest, princess, he said, his voice carrying an edge of bitterness. But one doomed to failure without a guide who knows the darker paths of magic. Lyanna's hand flew to her sword. Who are you to speak so boldly in the presence of royalty? The figure lowered his hood, revealing a face both handsome and haunted. Silver streaked his dark hair, and his eyes held the weight of untold sorrows. I am Zephyr, once Archmage of the Seven Winds, now a wanderer seeking redemption. Murmurs rippled through the court. Zephyr's name was known throughout Avaloria, a mage of unparalleled skill who had vanished years ago under a cloud of suspicion and dark rumors. Lyanna studied the fallen mage, weighing the risks against the desperate need for aid. And what would you ask in return for your guidance, Zephyr the Fallen? A flicker of pain crossed Zephyr's face. A chance, princess. A chance to right old wrongs and clear my name. With a nod, Lyanna sealed their alliance. As the first light of dawn broke over Avaloria's gleaming towers, an unlikely pair set forth on a perilous journey, a warrior princess burning with righteous purpose, and a disgraced mage seeking absolution. Their path took them through the whispering woods, where trees spoke in riddles and shadows danced with lives of their own. Zephyr's magic carved a safe passage, while Lyanna's blade fended off the more tangible threats that lurked in the deeper glades. As they made camp on the third night, Lyanna finally broached the subject that had been gnawing at her. Why did you fall from grace, Zephyr? What darkness drove you from Avaloria's courts? The mage was silent for a long moment, his eyes fixed on the dancing flames of their campfire. Ambition, he said at last, and fear. I sought power beyond my understanding, believing I could control forces that no mortal should touch. I was a fool. Lyanna sensed there was more to the tale, but she did not press. The weight of her own responsibilities was burden enough without prying into old wounds. Their journey led them to the Cliffs of Lament, where the wind itself keened with the voices of lost souls. It was here that they faced their first true test, a guardian of mist and memory that challenged them to confront their deepest fears. Lyanna saw visions of Avaloria in ruins, her father's death bringing about the fall of the kingdom she loved. Zephyr relived the moment of his greatest shame, the spell that had cost him everything. Together, they fought through the illusions, their growing trust in one another, providing an anchor against the storm of doubt. Beyond the cliffs lay the scorched plains, a desolate wasteland that bore the scars of ancient dragon fire. As they crossed the cracked earth, Zephyr's keen senses detected a shift in the magical currents around them. We're being followed, he warned, his hands weaving protective wards in the air. No sooner had the words left his lips than the attack came. Dark-robed figures materialized from swirling portals, their hands crackling with malevolent energy. The Shadowmancers, an order of rogue mages that Zephyr had once counted as allies. Traitor, their leader hissed, hurling a bolt of midnight flame at Zephyr. You dare to seek redemption. Lyanna's sword flashed in the harsh sunlight, deflecting spells and cleaving through shadowy constructs. Zephyr's magic sang in harmony with her blade, light and darkness intertwining in a deadly dance. As the battle raged, Lyanna caught glimpses of the man Zephyr must have once been powerful, confident, his spells flowing with a grace that spoke of years of mastery. Yet there was hesitation in his movements, a reluctance to unleash his full potential. Zephyr, Lyanna called out as she parried a shadow blade. Whatever hold they have on you, break it. We need all of your strength. Something shifted in Zephyr's eyes. With a cry that seemed to shake the very foundations of the earth, he unleashed a wave of pure magical force. The Shadowmancers were thrown back, their portals collapsing around them. In the aftermath of the battle, as they tended to their wounds, Zephyr's shoulders sagged with exhaustion and relief. I've spent so long running from my past, he murmured. Perhaps it's time I faced it instead. Lyanna placed a comforting hand on his arm. We all have shadows we must confront, but we need not face them alone. Their bond forged in fire and tested by shadow. Lyanna and Zephyr pressed on. They scaled the Frost Peak Mountains, where every step was a battle against biting winds and treacherous ice. At last, they stood before the entrance to the dragon's lair, a vast cavern mouth that yawned like a portal to another world. "Are you ready?" Lyanna asked, her hand tightening on Dawnbringer's hilt. Zephyr nodded, a wry smile tugging at his lips. To face an ancient dragon with the fate of a kingdom in the balance, what could possibly go wrong? They entered the lair, the air thick with the scent of brimstone and ancient magic. Crystals pulsed with inner light, illuminating a hoard of treasures beyond imagination. And there, coiled atop a mountain of gold, lay the last dragon. Its scales shimmered like living opals, and its eyes held the wisdom of millennia. When it spoke, its voice resonated in their very souls. "Who dares to enter my domain?" The dragon rumbled. "Ah, a princess and a fallen mage. How?" Unexpected, Lyanna stepped forward, her voice steady despite her racing heart. "Great one, we seek your aid. My father, the king of Avaloria, lies dying from the venom of the dragon's tear. Only your breath can save him." The dragon's laughter shook the cavern. "And why should I care for the fate of mortal kings? The dragon's tear was never meant for human hands. Its theft was an affront to dragonkind. Then let us right that wrong." Zephyr interjected. "We will return the tear to you, if you but grant us the means to save the king." The dragon's gaze fell upon Zephyr, its eyes narrowing. "You mage, you carry a great darkness within you, and yet there is also the potential for redemption. Very well. I propose a test." With a sweep of its tail, the dragon revealed a shimmering portal. "Beyond this gateway lies a realm of illusion and truth. If you can discern reality from falsehood and return with the true dragon's tear, I will grant you my breath to heal your king. But beware, the price of failure is oblivion." Lyanna and Zephyr exchanged a glance, an entire conversation passing between them in that single look. Together, they stepped through the portal. What followed was a harrowing journey through a landscape of shifting realities. They faced shadows of their pasts, temptations of possible futures, and challenges that tested not just their strength and magic, but the very essence of who they were. In the final chamber, they found themselves facing mirror images, dark reflections that embodied their greatest fears and deepest flaws. Lyanna confronted a version of herself consumed by the lust for power, while Zephyr faced the temptation to embrace the darkness he had so long feared. It was only by accepting their weaknesses and choosing to rise above them that they were able to discern the true dragon's tear from the sea of illusions. As they emerged from the portal, battered but victorious, the dragon's eyes gleamed with something akin to respect. "Well done, mortals. You have proven yourselves worthy." With a gentle exhalation, the dragon imbued a crystal vial with its breath, a swirling mixture of fire and starlight. "Use this to heal your king. But remember, the power of the dragon's tear comes with a heavy price. Choose wisely how you wield it." Lyanna and Zephyr's return to Avaloria was marked by both celebration and trepidation. As they approached the king's throne, the full weight of their quest settled upon them. The dragon's tear pulsed at King Eldric's throat, its malevolent energy palpable. With steady hands, Lyanna uncorked the vial of dragon's breath. As the mystical vapor enveloped her father, the dragon's tear began to writhe, its facets darkening. For a heart-stopping moment, it seemed as though the king's life hung in the balance between two primordial forces. Then, with a sound like shattering glass, the dragon's tear crumbled to dust. King Eldric's eyes fluttered open, color returning to his cheeks. As joyous cries filled the throne room, Lyanna turned to Zephyr. The mage stood tall, the shadows that had haunted him seeming to lift. "Thank you," she said softly, "for everything." Zephyr bowed, a genuine smile gracing his features. "The honor was mine, princess. Perhaps there is hope for redemption after all." In the days that followed, as Avaloria celebrated its king's recovery, whispers spread of a new era dawning. The princess who had braved death for her kingdom, the mage who had found redemption in service, and the ancient magic that had been returned to its rightful guardians. And if sometimes on clear nights, the people of Avaloria caught glimpses of a pearlescent shape soaring across the star-strewn sky, well, That was a tale for another time.